Alrighty. There's a sound. G1 says hello on YouTube. Thank you, G1, for stopping by the stream. I am just getting started here. Drawing some creatures today. I'm just updating my journal book here, making sure everything's on. What's going on, G1? Can you hear me just fine? Alrighty. I hope everything. Have you seen new Squid Game season? Is there a new season? I thought it wasn't out yet. I haven't seen it. Was it good? I haven't had a chance to get into it yet. Let me know if it was good. I might check it out. December 26th, season 2 came out. All right. Yeah, I didn't know. I thought amazing. Okay, I'll have to check it out. I like the first one a lot. I like the first one a lot. Final season comes out 2025. Nice. Yeah, no, I haven't seen it yet, but I will check it out. Is it on Netflix? Netflix? Okay. Yeah, I'll have to check it out. I was watching Lords of Chaos last night. Somebody recommended it, and it was quite the shocking movie. So I'm excited to see more good stuff as it comes out. It ends in a cliffhanger. Well, they gotta keep you on the hook a little bit, right? Don't tell me anything about it because I want to see it for myself. I'm excited to see it by myself. Any good news other than the season of the Squid Games? I'd say season 2 is better, like CGI. Like the graphics are better. I don't know why this hoodie is so warm. I'm burning up inside of it. I'd say season 2 is better, like the CGI. Nice. I'm just gonna be sketching my little critters over here for fun today. I wanted to just take this to kind of like the next level, I guess. See how this goes. I am using some B4 soft lead, so I'm like, excited to kind of use this lead here and play around with it because I didn't know that. I thought I ordered .03, but it ended up being 0.5, which is totally fine because I can use the sandpaper up here to kind of shave down the thickness of it, depending on what I'm looking for, what kind of effect I'm looking to get. If I want it to be super thin, I can do that. Me and my friend decided we are going to make a restaurant about FNAF friends. You guys are gonna make a restaurant about FNAF friends? Nice. I know the restaurant business is quite brutal, so that would be the profit margins are tight in that market. I would be hesitant to open a restaurant, but if that's what you guys are passionate about. Using a little bit of a sandpaper above me here to kind of, the lead I ordered is actually 0.05 and a 0.03. So I'm gonna, using sandpaper to kind of get a needle size accuracy off my lead here. I'm gonna try and keep these guys a little bit more cartoony with thicker lines. I am really enjoying the darker mechanical pencil lead, even though it's like 3 times more expensive than like the other one. I forgot to like, so I will like. Thank you, G1. Appreciate it. Kind of want some of these teeth to look a little bit more like they're growing in not exactly the same direction, you know, kind of vibes. So I'm going to add some teeth that look like they're kind of staggered a little bit. Gonna go play my VR. Be back soon. Nice man. get more comfortable here. The Waymaker. Hope you're having a blessed day. Thank you, man. Thank you for stopping by the stream. Oh, let's see here. Guys on Twitch, let me know if the music is too loud. I just switched to Silver. Thank you for stopping by, man. I have arrived. Nice. I'm just continuing my little slugfest over here. Breeding ground kind of picture. Definitely don't leave barrels of oil out because the synthetic. I need to let you know something strange though. I do leave the stream up on both platforms all day. Oh, thank you, man. That's the kind of dedication we need. If you're not buying extra monitors to keep the stream alive, are you even a fan, you know? When I got the notification for the stream, I didn't show the bloodworms. When I got the notification for... That's weird. It should have... because when I first started the stream, accidentally, I did a regular start instead of a scheduled start, and so it showed the tab for, like, the 5 pictures ago. It makes them look as though they're coming out of the ground. What's the lore? I mean, in my mind, these guys are like they're nanobots at their core. That sort of like a nanobot AI that went rogue, and so when they come in, the nanobots need oil to like heal themselves and make more of themselves, but they take the shape of like sort of what would look like a bio slug, right? Yeah, and so they need oil to reproduce, so they follow humans around and eat their plastic garbage. So the more garbage you leave out, the higher tech a colony is for humans, the more these things become feral and aggressive, you know, and start reproducing faster because at least that's, you know, I wanted to change the lore up a little bit and make it a little bit away from they just eat people kind of thing. So these guys, they are an AI nanobot, and so the more nanobots there are, right, when they make copies of themselves through this process, they become more intelligent because like it's a bigger brain mass essentially when they're close to each other, and you know, they can obviously, like, once they have enough, they can start turning into these like bigger brood mothers to kind of reproduce faster, kind of thing. But yeah, that's sort of the lore in my mind about them, is they're sort of like and it, you know, kind of technology that like actually went rogue, where they turn into like a semi bio kind of a creature, but they are synthetic. They don't necessarily eat flesh or whatever to stay alive. So they also organic? No, they're not organic in any way. They would own. I'm trying to think about what, like, they are not organic basically, but they consume basic, you know, gasoline, oil, plastic kind of material. So okay, so they know what they need to function, so they act as animalistic in a way. They're synthetic like robots from Aliens. No, it's not like they have a metallic core, because it's like, I imagine them being like, if you've seen those videos where people take like goo and put like metal in there, and it's like, and you see like this black liquid goo move around because it has like magnetic properties. It's sort of like that. It's sort of it's not like a Terminator style robot. It's you know, they're constructed out of many millions of nanobots. Does that also include plant life? I imagine that's the thing. I think it would be more like they only eat plastic. They need to be around humans, or something like that, or they need to find oil, or, you know, something along those lines, in order to be able to. I wanted to move them. I wanted to have like lore for a creature that like is away from just being a bio flash monster that needs flash because that's like been beaten to death. And I'm sure something like this has been thought of too, but it's sort of such an advanced bio, like it's such an advanced like tech. The little bots that they're constructed out of micro, or they're basically constructed out of like non-organic bio like robots, right? Like tiny, and then they construct into a creature, and then from there they evolve, kind of progress into larger creatures as they find more resources. And I imagine they smell like burning tires. Hit me up later if you want to play some Helldivers or PoE. Yeah, I've been really enjoying Helldivers lately. I really like where the game's at. They actually added a stratagem to call down the vehicles, and they're really hard to control, but they're not that bad if you have all four tires. Wait, they benefit off plastic. Well, that is in a way somewhat beneficial, but also a hindrance because of their gas addiction. Yeah, I feel like they would like yeah, they're definitely not a perfect kind of entity. They're not like it's sort of like they're not like the main enemy in this universe. They're like just a dangerous experiment that went wrong kind of thing. But if you can starve them out of if they don't have material for long enough, it's sort of like they'll just die out. Yeah, smell of burnt rubber, because yeah, like I guess I would imagine like when they reproduce, the oil substance, it gets hot, and like how diesel smells in the winter. You ever like walk down the street and you have like a diesel bus or truck pass you by, and you smell that sludgy snow mixed with diesel smell? That's what they would smell like. They're like seagulls in a way. Yeah, they're like pig seagulls. They just eat everything that's synthetic to have the material to kind of go on. They're fun little creatures, and it's just basically they can ruin a colony. I almost imagine them maybe being like a weapon, like if you have the starter pack to kind of get the first slug going. Like if you have like in a suitcase or something, and you like throw that on a bunch of oil, that colony is totally destroyed basically, because they're gonna, any kind of little city, off-planet city that's sort of a mining colony is gonna have enough resources for them to kind of expand and take over. But they'll dry up and die. They're sort of like a dangerous virus where they sort of dry up and die once they run out of resources. They're like a fire, right? They're not gonna spread across the universe and like take over, because they're sort of limited in that way. I imagine them as being like just a nuisance. Yeah, they would be good in military operations. Yeah, and it would be hard to prove that who started the fire kind of thing. So if you need a company damage a different like a company in a shadowy way, you just go to that colony, you drop off a package where these things start spawning in, and then basically it's like hard to really prove what happened kind of thing. Oh hey, Nox, if you're still here, I got raided by Jim Lee yesterday, and it was like an insane moment. There was like 600 people initially. I got like it was just crazy. It was absolutely crazy. The screen, how like when someone follows you, you get that sign. Yeah, yeah, he's like a famous comic book guy, and I wasn't aware of him, but I am now. Yeah, it was crazy. It was like a 700 party raid. Yeah, it was amazing. Yeah. Got a ton of followers and all that kind of stuff. Super grateful. I mean, yeah, it was like Twitch is definitely like good for the social aspect of it because you can kind of like YouTube has it, but it's not it's not developed. The culture of it is not as developed. So it was a great moment for my channel and all that, obviously. And yeah, people were like, I don't think he knows who Jim Lee is. And I honestly, I was not aware of who he is. Like, I'm sure I've seen him on Instagram, you know what I mean? Just like randomly pop up because like our stuff pops up. But I'm very like isolated in my own like little world. So it's like I literally have no, you know what I mean? Like, I just kind of draw. I have no idea who's out there, like who the big people are. So when I got rated by Jim Lee, I was like, I knew it was something good because I'm like he's being followed, but you know what I mean. He has a 600 party raid, so this is somebody that to be known. But beyond that, I'm kind of ignorant. Which makes me think maybe I should do a Batman kind of picture. Yeah, I've never heard of him. I wouldn't know who that is either. I just learned the existence of new people every day. Yeah, there is such a big world out there in the art world, and I think the comic book world. It's like it has its own, like to the people that know, you know what I mean. These people are like famous, but like once you take a step outside of like that world, it's like you know what I mean. There's just like people were like, "What comic books do you read?" And it's like, I want to read books. It's just that there's only so many hours in a day. Like once I'm done with everything, like throughout my day, I have like an hour to game, and then I just go to sleep. Gold October art? What's that? Comic Storian actually reads comics to people? Oh, nice. I know there's like the one I would be interested in is Hellboy and comic books about like the alien. But the ones I saw on Amazon, they were like not the real. They weren't like real comic books. They were like digital assets. With that kind of, how they do that fake cartoon look, and I can tell they're not drawn by a person because the character models, as they are turned into different positions, they're like way too perfect. And I'm like, I can tell these are not real. And so I was like kind of disinterested in reading them because I want to know that there was a kind of like a human behind it. If I'm being honest, like I want to know that it was written and directed, like drawn and written by people. Like once my brain detects that it's a 3D asset, just with that filter or whatever, I can't like take it seriously. I need it to be real. They're still continuing his channel in a way he wanted. Apparently, in a comic, Spider-Man actually became a speedster. Noise. Yeah, it's very interesting. Like I said, I love Hellboy. That's one comic book I actually, now that I look back on it, I did read. Yeah, we'll have to play. We'll have to play some Helldivers after I get done with everything today. Yeah, I get you. I understand the difference as well. Hardest part of creatures. Hardest part of the creatures. I imagine it's their tail. I don't know. That would be the hardest physical part. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Like the hardest part to draw, or what do you mean? I want to learn about Hellboy as well. Never give it up. Thank you. Never give it up. Looking awesome. Thank you. And never give up yourself. In fact, the movie for it appeared on Hulu. Yeah, I love the character and everything. Hellboy's really cool. I would have to like the hardest thing to come up with. Um, I don't know. Like I would say the best thing you can do is just do like very quick sketching to farm for ideas. There's a channel, and I keep forgetting the name of it. I have to find it and show it to you guys. There's a channel of a guy who's like a really good creature drawer, and he does like a weekly video where he kind of explains his thought process. And I would say like following him is how you want to, if you're like a creature kind of like drawer. I need to have him on the ready so I can just distribute his link and people can become familiar, because I think he does a much better job at explaining. Um, I don't know why my subscription is not showing like the little tabs. People have. Oh, there he is. Okay, draw sessions. I'm gonna click on his channel. I'm gonna send a link. This is who you want to be listening to. I think he's just better at explaining things in this way. Draw sessions. Yeah, this guy is the guy I listen to, and I would highly recommend everybody, if you want to draw like creatures and you want to farm for ideas, that's a channel that does that. Yeah, that's let me make sure let me make
Hey
sure.
everybody,
Yeah,
welcome back to my.
yeah, that's the guy. If I would say he does a better job at explaining than I do, so that's the guy I would follow in terms of like how to come up with creature designs and stuff. I'm just doing these slug creatures because they're simple, and I just want to like turn my brain off and kind of render them out because they're like they're just fun to draw. You know what I mean? Just practice my oily kind of creature rendering skills. Yeah, that guy's absolutely amazing. The sun got brighter. So I'm guessing you don't live in Europe because the sun doesn't get brighter in Europe. I know that. It's always gray there. I'm envious of that. Nice. Yeah, honestly, I've been really enjoying the winter. Um, I don't know how to explain it. I love the, going 3 weeks without sun. I don't mind it. I wouldn't want to do like some of those countries where there's like no sun for like 4 to 6 months or whatever, or barely any. I don't want that, but I like the darker. How do you get out of making monsters uncute? I keep making mine too cute. So like, let me show you like what I would consider non-cute monsters. like this, right? Like something along these lines would be like not cute. And I'm not really sure, other than I've always had a natural instinct for it. Um, I would just like look at skulls, and you know what I mean, like look at aggressive animals that you think have that edge to them, and the way you draw a lot of the times, the way you draw your eye probably immediately ruins it and kind of takes it into a friendly territory. You need to look at the eyes, and you know, I don't know how to explain it. You have to tap into the you have to look at, I would say that, you know, aggressive animals maybe. The thing is I've never had that problem. I drew like a lot of that you know, that kind of stuff. Um, it takes a special mind to think of weird stuff. Think of brunt mushroom that's reminiscent of lava. Yeah, yeah. I think, you know, I'm not sure. I've never had the not being able to make my creatures look aggressive issue. I've always made them very, you know, uh, like these guys are like the cutest I'll go. You know, I'm trying to make them a little bit cuter. Like, you know, this would be the cutest I go with my monsters, unless somebody is specifically, you know, asks me to go in that direction. Try to make your. I would look at, you know how the World of Warcraft eyes look. I would say those are like too friendly in my opinion. I would look at that, and then look at what you think looks aggressive, like a creature that looks like has like those eyes, you know, the shape, the cut, and try to emulate that to the best of your ability. Like I think you're gonna have to look at references. Never give it up. Amazing brother. Yeah, you're gonna have to look at like references to break through. If you're naturally inclined to drawing friendly things and you want to break through to the other side, you're gonna have to like look at stuff. So I probably need more bumps and lumps. It 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 uh, it it's hard to say what you need, because I would have to look at the work to say like what you know what you need, but I would emulate things you think, well, like the direction you want to move in. You'd have to look at that if you're not naturally already like, because some people, they just draw like, you know what I mean, they naturally draw like aggressive looking creatures without like having to. I watched Lords of Chaos last night. Somebody recommended it on stream, and I honestly like I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready for that movie. I was like, I thought it was gonna be a fun rock and roll kids are kids kind of movie. Nope. I do practice on the realism of them though. Yeah, references like diamonds, mushrooms, ghost work for me at times. Nice. Yeah, sometimes you gotta like if I draw specific things, like when I was drawing that Thunderwolf, I will look at references because it's like, you know what I mean. Like there's certain things I need references for. That's just what it is. But that's when I draw like specific things. Now, if I spent like 2 months drawing wolves, obviously I'd be like good at drawing. I wouldn't need to do that, but or like horses are really difficult. Drawing a horse is like, you know what I mean? Like they're kind of a stiff creature, so it's hard to cheat on their body type because it either ease. I meant to say is. It either is right or is wrong. Horses are like it's easy to make them look like dogs or ponies. So yeah, horses are. If I were asked to draw like a cool cavalry fight, you know what I mean? I would probably just embarrass myself. I would have to practice horses for some time before I could competently draw a horse that wasn't ridiculous looking. Or, just kind of looked off. It's easy to make horses look off a little bit for some reason. Belgian draft horses are built like units. You gotta see it to believe it. Apparently, there is a species of horse that is massive. No, I believe it. Yeah, I think the Mongolian horses. They're not. If I remember correctly, they're kind of not super tall, or you know what I mean. But I don't know. I've seen. But yeah, there's some horses that are like super stacked looking. They're like good for pulling weight. Oh yeah, because of Jim Lee's raid, I hit my stream hit. I'm almost clear the 100,000 top streams. Like I'm in the 100,000, almost there, ranking for streams on Twitch. Like which is crazy because like I'm such a micro channel. I'm such a micro channel that if you look at like if like you'd basically I'm almost in the 1% tile. Like I'm almost in the 1% of the streamer kind of like sort of existence, and I have like, you know what I mean, micro viewership relative to other people's. So I just think it's interesting. Like when you, I did hear somewhere that like if you have like 5 people average views, you're in like the top 1% of the world basically at that point on Twitch. So I thought that was like super interesting. So yeah, that raid alone like pushed like just propelled me from 200,000 to like 100,000. You can check it on the Twitch tracker. I almost wish somebody didn't show me Twitch tracker because now I'm gonna like I'm one of those people that I'll stare at the numbers all day. I'm like I didn't need to see that because now I'm just gonna go back there every single day and check the ranking or whatever. That's good. Yeah, another YouTuber I watched needed that as well to get his channel monetized. And feel you there. Also got a new game. It's called Dying Light. Plan to get the second one later. Yeah, Dying Light. If I remember correctly, I know I've heard of that name before. No, I did. Why can't I remember though? Is that the one where you're like in this town, like lost town kind of thing? Oh, yeah. Dying Light. Okay. The zombie one. Yeah, I've heard good things about this one. Never got around to playing it though. Me and my friends are hell divers, so. We fight for the Super Earth when we have free time. I'm gonna dip join you later if the stream's still going. Nice, man. Guys, here's the fun part of the stream where I try not to cut myself as I sharpen the pencil. Actually, the sandpaper is actually really good for the sharpening up of the got sandpaper over here, I can kind of really sharpen up the without having to use a blade constantly. There we go. Oh, that looks nice. Oh, jeez. I'm gonna dip. Ever seen a black bat flower? I just found out about it. It's the most god flower I've ever seen. We'll check it out. Black bat flower. I'm trying to select the just the part. Oh, there we go. Copy. Oh wow, that is interesting. It's got little hairs coming off of it. Never heard of it? Is the black bat flower raider. It looks like it's got a little skull in there. Kind of. Very cool. I'll be right back in just a second. I needed a little snacky snack. Maybe another cup of coffee to go along with it. I'm trying not to drink coffee, and when I say when I cut back on coffee, I just mean I'm not drinking it to the point where I'm shaking. But normally, yeah, it gets out of control with the coffee if I let myself just go ham on it. I actually, this point zero, this darker lead, I like it, but I actually still want to work with the 0.03. What is this, HB lead? I like it. Sorry, I know I'm chewing and talking, but I actually still like this, and because it's harder to, it puts us. There's something good about putting like a really thin line down. I mean, darkness wise. And then this comes in as like heavy artillery, and you kind of can really darken up these shaded areas where you want the, obviously this area, you kind of want to darken it up relative to this. But I still like my workhorse, and it's got thinner lead that's not as dark. I still love it. Maybe it's just I've gotten used to it. Sorry. Alright, there we go. I had to chew through that. That was quite. Alright, I'm gonna pour myself some coffee. I'll be right back. I think I still have some. I am in fact all out of coffee. Kind of want to see if I can pull off adding another like external tooth like that to the mouth again from the top. I just think it turned out really interesting in a couple of these guys where there's like a tooth that's sort of outside the mouth, kind of pointed in the same direction. I just kind of want to play around with that idea and try and see if I can do that again, you know, make it look interesting. K-Frick, I see chat going mad today. I know it's off the chain. It's been a little bit docile, but it's okay. I'll get better at talking to myself as time goes on and I practice just I watched that movie that Kiddo B recommended, Lords of Chaos, and I have to be honest, I wasn't completely ready for it. It was a little bit darker than what I was like hoping to see at the end of the day. I thought it was gonna be a relaxing, like, you know, fun movie. Outside and inside would look Outside and inside would look good. Additional teeth. I think having an additional tooth coming out of the side of your mouth is always good, because it's like, you know what I mean. It's always a selling point for me, at least. Now I'm gonna add a little bit of white on top to kind of give it that little bit of a, make it look a little bit more 3D, so it kind of pops out, so it looks like it's actually there, if that makes sense. So it's not just, see, now it's kind of like coming out to the front, and it looks like there's more kind of like teeth. What movie? Lords of Chaos. Really good movie, but I'm just saying, just get ready. It's not for everybody. It's not a relaxing, fun movie. I thought it was gonna be about, you know, teenagers being teenagers or whatever, like Norwegian metal. No, it was quite the opposite. It was quite the dark movie. I think that looks pretty neat. Like adding those like extra teeth, it kind of makes that mouth look a little bit more dynamic. It's a biography, Mayhem band movie. It's a biography. Yeah, it was. It was very dark. For some reason, it started out like funny, and then it just kept getting darker. But yeah, I just wasn't like ready to experience that at the end of the day. You know what I mean? Like I wanted to just you know, watch a fun movie, but it was quite the experience. Norwegian black metal. But it was like, what I liked about it was like I felt like I watched a real movie, like drama. So yeah, I'll check it out too. Just get ready. It's you know what I mean. It's a very it's not it was shock. It was like pretty shocking, but it was good. It feels like a something that like it felt like I watched like a real disturbing. Yeah, kinda like, but it's I mean it's really good though. You know. What was interesting too is I was passively aware of some of the events that happened, but I don't remember where I heard about it. Like one of my friends told me about some of the events that happened. I just didn't know, you know, like anything about those events. It's on YouTube. You can it's on YouTube for free. It's called Pink Flamingo. So far there was only one movie I couldn't finish, Pink Flamingo. I've never heard of that movie. I think you'll be able to finish this movie, but it's if you don't like the type of the Cuddy type of violence where there's like a lot of where it's terrible. Okay. Pink Flamingos, 1972. It doesn't look like first sight. It doesn't look like something I'd be interested in. Yeah. But on the other hand, I am a really big fan of like toothy creatures. Ever since the movie Critters, ever since I saw that movie, I've always enjoyed drawing things with teeth. It's very relaxing. Sitting here and coming up with see, I'm gonna add a little bit of a highlight on top of these new teeth here to kind of bring them out so they kind of make sense. And I can kind of blend that in with the rest of the creature and I like mad movies, but this one was too much and tasteless. I told you to watch Gendahar, and whether you pick Lord of Chaos, your fault. I started watching. It was just Gendahar was a little too weird. It's like the art style of the cartoon, and I mean, I'll go back and watch it. I'll go back and watch it. I like the concept. Like these creatures came out of them experimenting of like the genetic experiments, but then they like didn't like them or whatever. And I guess the good thing noticed by scrolling, or you accidentally went to the half. Noticed by scrolling, or you accidentally went to the half. Uh, what do you mean? I'm not sure what you mean. The mutants in that movie. I mean, they show up the mutants that they. The movie you're talking about, it was like that cartoon one, right? Because that's the one I was watching. I might need to go back and rewatch it. Well, I didn't watch the full thing. I'll be honest, but I'll give it another go. I think it was the art style. The art style didn't grab me. They weren't appear in the beginning. They wasn't appear. They didn't appear in the beginning. Really? 'Cause I can maybe it was like a re-edited version because it seemed like the mutants that oh G1, welcome back. It seems like the mutants happened pretty early on, like the people that they didn't like or whatever. Or I mean, I don't know. I might have been playing video games, but you know what I mean. While the movie was running, so it's all a blur now. I'm gonna have to. I'll power through it so we can discuss it. It seemed like an interesting premise, right? It seems like they created like mutants and then they kind of disavowed them because they were like genetic experimentations or whatever. Worked as a chef, and I worked in an office in VR, of course. Oh, nice, man. You got a whole VR setup. I used to have I have a VR setup. I just never play it because I hate plugging it back in. Unless Valve comes out, unless there's like some huge game. The only game I would really be interested in replaying like Halo 1 and 2 in VR. I know there's mods out there. I just don't want to figure out how to do it. But if they came out with like VR support for Halo 1 and 2, I would replug the VR back in. But right now, I just don't feel like doing it. I recommended Kandahar to you because the lore leads to Soulless City. Recommended Kandahar to you because the lore leads to Soulless City. What's that? Is that something which you said you enjoy? Like from the previous picture you draw? Oh, okay, I know what you're talking about now. It's making sense now. Well, it's not that I enjoy it, it's just the concept of like the, of being trapped in a concrete nightmare forever does seem like it's sort of captivating in a dark way. Yeah, the last picture with Straftot. So in the game, in this game, right? It's a first-person shooter arena, and they are in these dystopian concrete labyrinths fighting each round, and it's incredibly. The fantasy is incredibly dark. Now, I don't think the people who made this game like constructed like a worldview. It's just when I see the game, I'm trying to imagine like the background lore for it, and to me, I try to like imagine like how something like that would work, where you just keep respawning over and over again, and hunting each other down in these labyrinths for apparently no reason. So, yeah, dystopian. I wanted to say, but Soulless also fit the description. Yeah. And it's an incredibly for some reason the game like really reminded me of like the Eastern European kind of like architecture, like in some regions, and it just was like it just kind of I don't know, I just found it like really, really interesting. The VR game I played, you can work in an office, a small store, restaurant, and you can fix cars. It's called Job Simulator. Oh, nice. Yeah, there's a good mechanic game I really enjoyed. I forget what the name of it is. I think it's some. I don't know. There's a game. Oh, it's called Wrench, and it simulates. You can take up the entire engine, and you have to torque everything to spec. You have to put the right amount of oil in there, do the spark plugs. It's a very, very accurate simulator of building a four-cylinder engine, and then the rest of the sports car. And it's not like a car. I have to go back and uh, Gearhead Garage. Um, yeah, it's called Wrench though, the game, and it's actually like the closest you'll get to actually if you're not actually in small motors kind of industry and you don't want to spend money buying an engine and taking it apart. That game is the closest you know what I mean? It actually does teach you down to the torque spec and how to use certain tools and how to take things apart in a certain order and put them back together. The game is really, really, really good in that sense. I really, really like it a lot. See, now that I have a B4 lead, mechanical lead, I can like smoothly transition into connecting these teeth to the rest of the body. Gearhead Garage was pretty simplistic, but first of that kind. Oh, nice. That's neat. That's awesome. Yeah, I really like those games because like I tore apart I had a 1984 GS 1100G Japanese motorcycle, and it was the grandfather of the sports bikes because they had like that four-cylinder engine, 1100cc engine. And I did a top end rebuild on it in my garage, and it was, and I put it all back together, and it worked, and I replaced a bunch of stuff, and yeah, I still have some carburetor issues, but it's really magical. Like vehicles, if you have the money, it really is like hyper compelling to kind of customize and modify like small engine vehicles. I'll show you the one I'm talking about, my GS 1100. If I can find it on Instagram, I'll show you guys how it turned out. I thought the look of it turned out really nice. I have to flex a little bit. I have to flex a little bit here. This is how the motorcycle I'm talking about. After I got done rebuilding it, I bought it for almost nothing. I bought it off my friend, and I repainted the tank. I did the seat myself. I did a top end engine rebuild on it. Yeah, it was a lot of work, but it was a nice like Street Fighter or Cafe Racer, whatever you'd want to call it. But yeah, I really love motorcycles. It's just that I don't want to spend. Oh, Glitterbug, thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, I spent like I don't know a long time. Yeah, it looks modified for tricks. I wanted it to look like a cafe racer. I guess it looks more like a Street Fighter, but I yeah, I like that like retro sports look. You know what I mean? That like taking a 1980s vehicle and turning it into something like looks kind of slick and mean looking. Is the music loud enough? Cafe dope. Yeah, I love cafe racers. Like the way they look. One level you have to fix a carousel by completing new puzzles while a moon animatronic Moondrop tries attacking you, you have to shine your flashlight at him to go away. Yeah, that's like every job, though. You know what I mean? Every job I've had is kind of like that. I spent lots of money on another VR game, Five Nights at Freddy's. Help wanted 2, and it's scary. I don't know if I could handle like a true horror game. I don't know if I could handle a true horror game in VR. I can do the zombie shooters, but it's it's quite a lot to handle. They get scary, dude. I wanted to get the new Metro game that's coming out in VR, but I kind of never pulled the trigger on it. Like I said, I just don't want to rehook everything back up. One glitter bug. Hi, just tuned in, and gosh darn, your art is shaded so well. How long have you been working on this piece? This is day 3, so probably I'm about uh, 12 hours and 31 minutes in, because I did 2-hour sets. So this is about 12 hours in right now. In the first game, one level is so crazy. You need to shine your flashlight at mini plushies that walk about you and try to kill you. Oh, there's a great game I was playing with my friend. It was called Escape Together, and it was like the liminal space kind of game where you're in the back rooms, and there was monsters like that. They would charge you, but when you shine a flashlight, they would run away, and you had to like turn on all these generators. That was a really fun game. Yeah, I'm really glad you like it, Glitterbug. Thank you. Yeah, this is about 12 hours in. I'm just doing this because I just wanted something to like render out really nicely, and like drawing little slugs is like very relaxing, and I enjoy slug rendering. I can sit here and just kind of draw out their dark little souls and their teeth while listening to Halo music. Wait, is this Halo music? Oh, it is, okay. Yeah, if the music gets too loud, let me know, guys. Because I really don't know what it sounds like to you. The follow is very much appreciated. To me, it sounds like angels drinking water and talk about weather. Oh, the music? I guess it is from one of the campaigns. I checked. I'm kind of dissatisfied with the shape of his head right here. I want to kind of get rid of this side and kind of make it a little bit more not as rounded. Sorry, I wasn't looking at where I was drawing. Oh my god. Hazard Us 33 just followed. Thank you so much, Hazard Us 33. Appreciate that. Slug rendering looks very fun. Keep up the amazing artwork. I've always loved watching people work on their artwork. It's always been fascinating to me how people turn a blank page into something with so much depth and truly so amazing. Thank you, much appreciated. I'm glad you guys can stop by and enjoy it. It means a lot to me that someone would like watch. I wonder if I could draw an entire picture while looking at just my monitor and not looking at the page. I think I could do it, honestly. I think I'm gonna do a challenge one day where I just stare at my monitor. So I'm just seeing what you guys are seeing. It'd be a little bit of a challenge because my neck is cranked all the way to the right. But I don't think it's inconceivable to do. Maybe one day I'll do a look at the monitor challenge for 12 hours. Because I feel like if you're staring at, I'm going for my bath. Have a good. Thank you, G1. Thank you. I'm sure the picture would come out slightly different just because you're staring at like pixels and a slightly skewed version of what you're looking at. So I wonder how that would influence the picture if you're not actually looking at it through your own visual apparatus. Better yet, maybe I should get in VR and draw, like have a camera set here, but only see my picture through the VR. So I'll be like sitting back like this, but I'll have direct feed from this camera, and I'll just draw all day through my VR headset. I know, it's genius. I'm a revolutionary. I don't even have to lean forward then. I can just move the camera around and I can just sit back as long as my arm can reach. I can just kind of... You know what? I'm going to do that. There's nothing stopping me from doing that. The only issue is I already have like 4 monitors plugged in. So I hate messing with those cables. That's why I don't want to do it. So I'll have to buy another computer, and then we'll do it. me slowly bring the sheep out. Oh, those challenges would really be fun. You should definitely do it. I think it would be fun. Oh, the VR. Yeah, I think the VR one would be really fun. Like, well, not only would it be compelling to watch somebody wear a headset for like 7 hours straight, but also you know what I mean? I'm like, yeah, I don't know. I think that would be interesting because I'd be essentially looking at, you know, what this camera is seeing inside of a headset, even though I'm sitting here. But I could be looking in any direction and just move the thing around. And I think it would skew the art a little bit. I'm just sort of interested in how much it would skew what I'm seeing and like what the artwork kind of turns into. I don't think it would be drastic, but I think there would be a shift, like a 15% shift in how the work looks. Because on one hand, you can always zoom in, like you can always take the picture, even though you're seeing a lower resolution thing in your VR than what your eyes can see. You can always like blow it up and just see a closer up version. In the same way, I can like make this monitor bigger. So. Yeah, slugs from the bottom to the ceiling. That's how it should be. Hazardous 33. I'm assuming you don't get dizzy with VR because I could never. I'm not really affected by VR too much. I think if I take a really long break off, like from screen time, I will get like seasickness, kind of the VR sickness. But um, if things aren't moving around crazy, then no, I don't get VR sickness really. Also, reminder: stay hydrated and make sure to drink some water. Hydrate and dihydrate. Dihydrate. I don't know why the movie just got super crazy, or not the movie, the music. But yeah, it is important to stay hydrated. Sorry, I just spilled water on myself, but I always it is interesting how you can like how drawing kind of dehydrates you. I'm not sure if doing the extra teeth helped these creatures. I'm kind of thinking I may have diverted from. I don't know. It felt like the right thing to do at the moment. I think when I post this on Instagram, I'm gonna blow the picture up to where you're like seeing just a little bit of this picture. So like the entire The entire picture should be like filled with slugs, no exceptions. I want every inch of the picture to be slugs. I have a suggestion for Unreal Tournament 3 soundtrack. We can try it out. Is it techno metal? I feel like this is gonna be techno metal. I just want music that's like 3 soundtrack. It's like here, there goes my. I'm about to flush out the few people that are watching me. We'll try it out. We'll see how it goes. If you guys hate it, let me know. We'll have a democratic voting system since we do promote democracy. Managed democracy. Managed democracy, not a real. I actually really like this game. I remember on the, I think it was the Oh, Silver, you came back. Thank you, buddy. Um, did you play Dying Light already? Did you beat the game? Or are you just kind of... I used to play Unreal Tournament 3 on the Xbox. I can't remember. I think it was the Xbox 360, not the original, right? Yeah, it had to be the 360 because that game looked way too good. Then I turn it down just a tad. But yeah, I think it was the and I remember they had a game mode where you could like one-shot people and with a railgun or whatever, and it was so much fun running around the labyrinths and just insta destroying people. I do miss those era of games where you could like run around in dungeons and just railgun people. I'm not gonna say I was ever really good at it. Pretty good music. It's got fun beat to it. Nice. No, not yet. I currently need to make room, and I'm debating which one will get off. Oh, okay. I get what you're saying. I'm keeping Monster Hunter on there because of my love for the game. Oh, you need space for your hard drive. I'm like, okay. I get what you're saying now. I get what you're saying. This surely does look like a slug infestation, though. Like, something went horribly wrong. You know how when you walk into a dark, I don't know, underground, like, basement and a bunch of rats scatter in a video game? This is like that with the slugs. Hazardous 33 slugs meet xenomorph. Yeah, they do look like the little things that jump out of your stomach. They do that. How have your holidays been? Get to hang out with friends or family during the holiday season. I got to see my grandma and a handful of other relatives yesterday, and it was really fun. I pretty much just stayed at home, to be honest. I'm just the type of person that, like, you know what I mean? I'm just a homebody. Like, I went over to my parents, and as you know what I mean, we're all like very busy, so we decided to kind of just, you know what I mean, just kind of hang out for a little bit. But I love the holidays, and I like that people like them, but I pretty much just kind of I live in isolation to all of it in a way. But I do like it. I like the lights and all that. But I would say overall, my mood has been really good and stuff like that. Like I've been having a lot of fun lately, just existing. So just twitching, drawing, playing video games. You know what I mean. But when it comes to the holidays, I like that other people like it, and I like when they put out the lights and do all the stuff. But I just kind of hermit up and like trench up inside of my house and just sit here and play video games and draw. That's pretty much my existence. Geez, my music taste is fantastic. I agree. I agree. There's music you know what I mean. Don't get me wrong. I like the um, heavier music. It's just I'm afraid in my mind. I just assume that most people don't want to listen to like really heavy metal and stuff, which I don't really like super heavy like black metal or whatever, where it's just screaming. But I'm trying to compromise between. I'm trying to compromise between like you know what I mean, something that's digestible by most people, and trying to keep it like. Sure, understandable. Yeah, it's just but it's not. I'm gonna save this in my. I'm gonna save this one in my save into my stream folder for my YouTube because this sounds like it's very promising. It has a bright future on this channel, but at the same time, I would not care. Yeah, I was watching. I was watching a guy who does play like super heavy metal, and it didn't bother me because it's like as long as it's not super loud and I can hear the guy, it wasn't like a huge deal. Man, this, like, thinking about Unreal Tournament now, it just reminds me of, like, such good times. And, like, the Quake era of gaming and stuff. Not that I was, like, really super heavy into it, but it's still... Because I was more heavy into gaming around the Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare kind of era, but... And, like, playing the Gears of War games. I could have made money, but I didn't really realize. Like, I got really good at the campaign, and people couldn't beat it on the hardest difficulty. So I would pick up people and just run them through the campaign, on the first Gears of War. It was like super. I wasn't like really ever good at that multiplayer, but I figured out like all the tricks to like get through the campaign very quickly. And I probably could have like figured out a way to like make money, but I never did. I should have figured something like I should have figured something out back then to like make money playing video games. And do you remember there was like that charger creature? A lot of people got stuck on that, and I literally could not figure out why they were having an issue with it because it was like super predictable, you know. And I would just run people through that in that mission where you're like kind of close to that creature, and yeah, you just have to keep jumping around. Like you just have to keep sprinting and jumping around until it crashes into something and you blast it. Cool game. My first and only shooter I played on console was Black. Cool game it was. Yeah. Actually, I played. I did have. That was the original Xbox, right? Because I remember that was Black was quite a while ago. I was definitely like, you know, I played just about every game. I played every game I could get my hands on. One of my favorites being is like, do you remember the Alien War? I think it was called Destroy All Humans. I had so much fun on that one. Fair enough. I'm definitely a homebody too. I definitely prefer to stay at home as well. The lights are definitely a really cool bonus for the holidays though. Yeah, that's kind of how I look at it. I encourage other people to get excited about it, but I myself just, you know what I mean? I like Oh, hey, I had a question for you guys. So, when somebody donates a sub, like they don't subscribe to me, they just donate subs. What does that mean? Does that mean I can like hand it out to people so they don't have commercials, or like how does that work? You know what I mean? Like, what does it mean when somebody, um, when I get gift? You know what I mean? I don't understand how that works. I have no idea. Yeah, it's just they gifted during the Jim Lee raid yesterday. I was gifted subs, but that's not that person subbing. That's yeah. See, if I go, yeah, I can't. I don't know. Maybe if I click on your name, Kate Frick, maybe there's a way to follow, gift a sub. I don't think that's how it works. Maybe I'm just not understanding how it works. I have zero clue. NMGL, I've been trying to understand how it works too. Yeah, Twitch is like its own like world. You know what I mean? Unless they meant like unless it was just like I'm just gifting you subs. Like you know what I mean? Here you go. Here's like just here's more subs. Like they're just paying you more to sub for I don't know. Because I would have thought it's like they're giving me subs to give away to my people so they don't have to watch commercials is what I would have thought that meant, but now I'm just even more confused than I was before. think the gifted subs go to random people who have visited your stream, but I'm not an expert either. Yeah, yeah. Well, I'll have to read. I'm sure if I like read into it, it's probably. It sounds like what you're saying is true. Sounds like that's probably. Because I do think it said that it was gifted to the community or something like that at one point. So. If you have some emotes to unlock people who got sub, they got some. I mean, they unlocked it. So I guess it's a reward carrot for participation. Oh, I gotcha. Jeez, I got 16 people watching. It's like that raid like changed the channel. I wasn't. Now I'm getting a little nervous because usually it's me and K-Frick and like one other person. So I'm not used to having like that many people watching. I'm getting a little bit of the shakes. A little bit of the So if things start going off the rails, that's why. I grabbed the wrong pencil. Yeah, that background noise that you guys hear, that was the, I live really close to the ocean. Sometimes the ocean just stops working, though. But yeah, that hum you guys hear sometimes, that's just the water in the background. Should I draw one of them, like, just have like a circle hole with a bunch of inverted teeth inside? I almost feel like drawing like one of the slugs that way. Maybe I should have done the big one that way. the big brood mother, because she does look a little bit like Barney. She looks a little bit like Barney, you know, that dinosaur, American dinosaur. Well, just got busy. Well, have a nice stream today. I'm gonna head out. All right, man. Thank you, Silver. I don't know if he's still here. I might have missed that a while ago. I wasn't even part of the raid. I was just scrolling for a smaller streamer who seemed chill. I guess social anxiety when there's a large chat. No clue why, but I always just lurk if there's more than 40 people actively talking. Yeah, I'm the same way. Like I'm kind of a non-interactor. Like when I watch people's streams, I just like turn it on for background music, you know, for background kind of talk. And sometimes like the other artists I do talk to, but I don't really the gaming ones that I watch. I never talk to them. Luckily, we have fantastic music, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, it's hard to build context when so many people spamming. Yeah, I think there is something that's lost. Like if a stream becomes like a little too big, there's something about it that like you know what I mean. That changes the vibe of it. Without context, we can talk only how beautiful you are about the weather, which is small talk. Yeah. Well, I think some streamers they get a Discord at that point. Like if they want to have like you know the exclusivity of only talking to just us, you know, to have like a more of a conversation, you'd have to isolate the people that can communicate with you through a Discord server or something like that. I'm gonna have a brick wall behind there, like made out of stone or something like this. Is some kind of an underground sewer where they're just breeding rampant. Uh, Robin, 4 days. More and more monsters are escaping. It's an issue. It's becoming a huge issue. I just wanted to kind of draw loosely the stone wall that like they're like in a sewer kind of environment. Enough for each of us. Nice. Everyone gets to. Everyone does. Everyone that's watching the stream, you do have to take a slug home. Yeah, people get to keep the slugs. Yeah, they get to come home with you. It's not. It's a non-voluntary proposition. Have to do it. I do wish I would have not drawn this creature this way. Like in hindsight, I think I would have went with a different design. But we're deep now. It's just it looks like a dinosaur a little bit. I'm trying to decide whether it's worth like doing that much erasing and redoing, or if I just should accept my fate. I don't know. I kind of want to do the tapeworm mouth. Are they potty trained? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. They ooze out black oil out of their skin and mouth. Uh, and if they come into contact with plastic, they consume it and become bigger. The last one in their evolution will look like a human. Oh yeah. That's a good idea. Like they just turn into like really weird humans, almost good enough to pass unless you talk to them for a while, and they don't get any cultural references like me. You know what I mean? And they're like that's how they get into human society. Venom. Well, I was thinking like maybe like the final stages they look normal kind of. They just have like odd ticks and stuff like that because they need to get in right. They want to infiltrate humanity further. Guys, I'm gonna go for it. I'm gonna erase this. I want to change it to a tapeworm mouth. I'm just not happy with the dinosaur thing. I'm gonna keep the bottom jaw, and we're gonna rebuild. We're gonna do some surgical stuff to him. There's gonna be a pseudo tapeworm mouth. It still's got some. It's the beauty of physical drawing. It is very punishing and great challenge for problem solving. Planning, you don't want to go down. Once you go down the road too much, you kind of have to build things up the first time better, or redo the entire thing. Yeah, so it does develop a certain skill of being able to kind of see things through. Is going to be is going to get new lips. Yeah, it's like lip surgery. I don't want to think about what happens to this monster when they devour silicone. So I'm going to have the white in the throat here. This muscle fiber here is going to have to get adjusted a little bit. A straight line right there, and a straight line right there. I wonder if artists would be better plastic surgeons, you know what I mean? Maybe include some plastic bag in this one, or tire, for a hint what they're up for. I'm trying to think of a compelling way to like add like a tire being melted into them. Because I assume it's like once it comes into contact, it slowly melts the rubber and integrates it into its, it still has to go through some sort of a process. I gotta think on that. Siretzi, why are you sketching those maggots? Yeah, I'm just not good at drawing dolphins. I was going for dolphins, but I just can't do it. Why don't I believe you? But seriously, I'm intrigued. My phone's low in battery. I put it on a charger, and now I'm lurking, just chanting at my phone to charge faster. Oh yeah, I know. Black like doing like a ritualistic dance while it's charging does help the battery a little bit. Why am I sketching them? I don't know. I just like to draw creatures. That's just kind of like what I'm into. I just think people need more of this in their life, and I'm trying to bring it to them. This is what I believe the world needs. Oh, I'm at the hello. This looks great. I'm lurking a bit, but sometimes check a bit on progress. Thank you so much. I'm at the other side. Appreciate you stopping by. Okay, for practice, then not a project. It's not necessarily like a project for anything. I'm just drawing. Just curious. Looks great. Yeah, I'm just drawing it for Instagram. Just something to draw on stream. Oh hey, at the other side, I got rated by Jim Lee, a famous comic book artist, the other day. It was great. It was like a life-altering experience being rated by that many people. Yeah, it was crazy. It was. I wasn't ready for it, but it was. I got to discover that. Do they emit light from their mouths? Yeah, that was just good that people are finding you now. Yeah, it's been absolutely amazing. Like I said, Twitch just keeps getting better. Did they? Yeah, that was just a design choice. I just thought that would look cooler, but I can like write that into the lore or whatever. Just imagine into the lore of why that would happen. You get used to it pretty quick, even though it stays special. Yeah, the rate, yeah, but that was like the rate started out with like 600 people, so it like changed. You know what I mean? It was like it was a different level of viewership. I wasn't. Usually, I'm being watched by like 2 or 3 people. So when it changed to like, 300 for like an hour, you know what I mean? It was just like it started at 600, but it after an hour it was like 300 people. It was like a little bit like of a different level of So it was like really special. But yeah, it was crazy. I don't know how but that's the first time that level of craziness has happened on this channel. It's a creature featuring the creature. Yeah, these things are just they're plastic-based entities that consume plastic oil and rubber tires, gasoline, that kind of resource to continue to expand. So don't leave your garbage out. They just they eat it up and become bigger and metamorphose into stronger entities. Yeah, it's normal that an amount just leaves, but nice to see that you did stick around. So that nice to see that many. Yeah, they did, they did. Yeah, it was crazy. But 600, really a lot. The biggest I got so far was 120. Yeah, I guess I wasn't aware of Jim Lee. Like my sentience, like I just was not a I don't know about the comic book world too much, but he's like a really big guy in the comic book world, and he rated me with like that many, and it basically the channel really shot up after that. It basically all borderline doubled my count of followers. It was crazy. The creature go numb. Yeah, I almost feel like they would eat the plastic, but if the slug were to lay on top of a rubber tire for long enough, it would start to consume it with its body. The lore could be that they were created to like get rid of garbage, like nanobots that were created to get rid of garbage, but then it like went really 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 bad, and now they're just spreading across the planet at enormous speeds. Yeah, some raids can really help out. I also had a few guys. I also had a few guys that raided me, and my channel exploded. Yeah. That's what I love about Twitch is the social component of it. It works. They design the platform really well for that. It's just incredible. Man, this music really complements the slug life. You know what I mean? It really the slug spirit. Nice. This one has teeth to shred. Yeah, the internal teeth they spin in a circle. They close. You know what I mean? They shred the material by spin. Like whatever gets inside just gets spun really fast and shredded up. I don't know. I just thought that would be a fun idea. I was really worried. My paper came in last night and my lead and all that. There was a lot of rain, but luckily Amazon packaged the delivery pretty good, so I didn't lose any material. Spin no, but each teeth can move independently. No, you don't think no spin? I feel like they would spin because they're kind of gooey. These things, they're not like super solidified. If we're going towards more like the venom theory, but definitely the movement of individual teeth, which is not good for humans. Bad on human teeth, really good on alien teeth. Spin is cartoonish. Well, I feel like these guys are like I'm trying to keep them more cartoonish and fun. They're not. I'm not trying to make these guys like insanely dark. Like I'm trying to keep it more like darker than Turtle Ninja's lore, but not as dark as Dark Souls. Like it's somewhere in between Turtle Ninjas and Dark Souls. It's more fun. We have to have a democratic vote on the stream. For those who agree with the spin, press 1. 0 for no. No spin. $69. 0. It looks like spin is fun. Democracy is difficult, or manage democracy. It evens out. We're just gonna keep it as a normal mouth because it looks like we've broken the. Oh, we ran out of music. Oh, there we go. I'm at the other side, shows middle. Yeah, we don't have enough votes to. I didn't think the elections could go this badly. Centric Party. I brought a printer, by the way. I'm so happy now. Oh, I saw your story. Nice. Yeah. Buying a printer is a very scary thing to do because you kind of don't know if it's going to go terrible. Like, you know what I mean? Like, some printers, they work forever, 0 issues, and some printers, it's like, you know what I mean? Printers are definitely like one of those like really finicky things that you can get either really lucky with or really unlucky with. These printers are known for durability. What's the company, if you don't mind sharing? We'll promote if their product is good, we'll promote it. I mean, I'm not in the market right now, but just sort of curious at like what companies do make sort of competent printers. I'm just curious because it's Canon Image Pro 300. Okay, nice. So it's a Canon then. Is that Japanese? Canon, okay. So you're like stepping up to a more professional printer, it sounds like. I have a buddy of mine. A buddy of mine is like he has a print shop. Basically, he does decals and all this kind of stuff for people. So if I ever need to print out artwork, I'll just go to him for that kind of stuff. The bigger size can be pain in the ass. You need to print a lot more to make it worth it, and the one I have now is good if you want to start and first want to see how it's going. We have quite equalized government here. Bigger size printer. Bigger size printer, yeah. Nice. Yeah, like I said, I have a friend who has a shop around that whole thing, around that whole concept of printing stuff out. So I just go to him and he gives me like ridiculously good prices, and he already knows how to fidget with it and how to adjust stuff, so I don't have to you know what I mean, get inside of that. I don't have to learn about a whole new world of printing and how to make a picture on the screen look the best, so it looks the best on the final result, you know, as far as what the person gets. That's perfect then. Yeah, it's just for me for me, I want to tinker with things as little as possible. I want things to work forever and never fail. I like the contrast levels. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, the camera. I did notice this camera. I do want to eventually move on to a better camera because this one kind of this camera kind of has a tendency to maybe oversaturate and kind of blow out the detail a little bit. So eventually, I will have to buy a better camera. But right now, this is satisfactory. I think this looks fine. I want to do it myself as I don't have that, and I don't like printing companies. And now I choose all my own papers and settings. Yeah, it's always best. I think if you're gonna go down the road of selling prints and stuff like that, you want to have complete control over the process. It's the only way to ensure that what the customer is gonna get is what you have approved. So yeah, that's definitely the best way to control the do quality control is to do it yourself. Can you do that glazed paper, like where it looks like it's on a photograph kind of paper? Can you do that on your printer? Or is that like a specialty thing? Because I ordered some posters of my own art, which I don't know where it is now. I don't know if I have another copy of one of my artworks that I printed out all big, and it had like this laminated kind of surface. I don't know if that's like a rare feature or if that's just the type of paper they used. Matte finish. I have complete control. Is just a big investment in the beginning, but cost of printing is cheaper. I can assume top quality. I can assure top quality and make max profile without having to pay a company. Max profit without having to pay. I'm gonna use special fine art paper, 308 mg matte finish. Nice. That's very cool. The more glossy the print, the higher contrast it will have. Interesting. I just like that poster look. I like the glossy look. Glossy is good for certain art and for photographs, but for black and white, high detail drawing, matte finish on special paper can be better. I know they feed on oil and replicate, and I should not have one as a pet, but no. Everyone watching the stream does have to take one of the slugs home with them. and they are not potty trained, and you cannot you just don't feed them. Only feed them a little bit. And they do smell like burning rubber. Isn't benzene poisonous? But I think I should go. I would go with benzene smell oddly pleasant for benzene, one for burning rubber. Well, isn't benzene poisonous for humans? Yeah, for humans for sure. You don't want that in your system. But I feel it. As far as the smell, like this is the way I would describe the smell. If you've ever walked in the wintertime down like a busy road and you have like that snow sludge, you know, that dark snow sludge with the aroma of, you know, exploding gas coming out of the car, and I think it's the diesel smell that really pointing, I'm not gonna be able to say it, but the really strong smell of diesel during the winter is what they would smell like, you know what I mean? for them, any oil type, any oil or kind of base substance, it just feeds them fumes. But you know what? I agree with the last statement. I would go with benzene. Smells oddly pleasant. I've always really enjoyed the smell of. This is underrated. I'm liking the stream and subscribing. Oh, thank you, Squeaky. Squeaky, thank you so much for finding the stream and subscribing on YouTube's. I've always really enjoyed the smell of gasoline. I'm assuming benzene just means gas, right? That's like European for gas. I'm assuming that's what you guys mean, unless it's unless you guys actually have a different fuel source over there. Yes, yes, okay. Nice. But yeah, I'm a big fan of the smell of gasoline. Let's see if I can just find my eraser. Oh, I'm holding it. Duh. Okay. Oh, that's not what I was looking for. My brain is starting to get fried here, guys. Where's my... I need the little brush that I like to use. Sometimes I like to use a little brush to kind of desaturate the white, kind of, and mix it with the charcoal, and then go over it again to kind of really render it out. It can be really, I don't know. I don't know if there's a anti-smudging kind of sentiment, but I do smudging. I do smudging with a brush. Sometimes when I want to get a certain effect. Obviously, you gotta like go over these areas and kind of clean them back up to kind of bring that contrast back out. But I like the effect you can get when you do this. Gonna go ahead and sharpen this up really quick. Of course, it broke the lead. How long have you been posting art and how long have you been doing art and posting it? I have to go look into my Instagram because there were some pictures I just deleted because they were too cringe. You ever go back and look at your old work and it's like, I don't even want people to see this existed. So I'm not sure of the exact date of like when I mean I've been drawing like my whole life in terms of like you know, on and off, and now I'm taking it more seriously. Like I've been drawing consistently. Let me go see this, and actually, though, for some reason, the first picture that's on my account is like one of my favorites, and I think a lot of people don't like this picture, and I can understand why. But it's one of my favorite satirical, funny pictures, and I hope you guys enjoy it. It's a pig mother with her little children, and she loves them. You know what I mean? I show also my old work as people can see the progress. Yeah, this is one of my favorite pictures I like to troll people with. I like to show them it and like just watch their reaction. So part of it is a little bit of a troll, but I think it's really funny. Nice, you add additional color to this. Yes, sometimes I do like to do just a touch of yellow or like, you know, fire and things of that nature. But yeah, this is, let's see, how far back? 327 weeks, so that's how long, you know, it's just one of my more favorite works. I like to show it to people to upset them. Gotta give it a little brush, or brush. Yeah, sometimes I enjoy a little bit of a brush. Wow, genuinely like that one. The skill improvement is insane though. Like dang, but the amount of detail or fire. Yeah, I just really though that one at the time when I drew that picture, I felt like it went so far above my natural skill level that like for years I've been like looking at it and I like, you know what I mean? It's just I just really like the way it has that folklore coziness to it. But it has like a darkness to it, and like all the elements I kind of like to shove into my pictures. A cozy strangeness and darkness kind of vibe. Oh yeah, I was gonna sharpen this before I broke my pencil. See, that's the thing about using the electrical sharpeners, that a lot of times you run into the issue of it just. The softer lead kind of stuff, it just breaks off. And now, oh, actually, I can use another technique is using the sandpaper here to kind of sharpen your pencil with sandpaper. It can save you quite a bit of time. I love arts like they are monochrome, but some color stays exaggerated. Yeah, I like to like add like one color, you know what I mean, at a time, just to kind of emphasize a certain point, kind of thing. gives me the Three Little Pigs but folklore kind of twist. I don't know. It's kind of fun. Yeah, I think that's probably what I was thinking of at the time. Is that kind of thematic folklorish vibe sort of sentiment. Do you guys ever find yourself like when you're drawing and you use like a bunch of different pencils and erasers that you end up holding like 40 of them in your hand? I kind of keep falling for that trap where I just slowly pick up more and more pencils until my entire hand is holding like an entire collection of all my pencils basically. See, now I can go over and just kind of render out the detail back into this mouth. I do that with paintbrushes and then smear them everywhere. Yeah. I want to make the ones on the exterior a little bit darker. I gotta try and keep that in mind as I shade here. Ink bottles, pens, brushes everywhere. Wonderful. Yeah, especially if you start dabbling, if you start drawing, and then you start dabbling in miniature painting of miniature figures. Like I'm gonna be like when I get time. Right now I've been super busy lately, but when I get time, I gotta get start. I kind of got started on him. I started painting his muscles brown. But once you get like two of these kind of hobbies together in the same area, there's just so much crap everywhere. Um, I would show you. I just don't want to move my camera because it's like then I have to fight to readjust it. But there's like I have a whole thing here with paint and stuff like that for my miniature models. I promised my friend to paint it like months ago. I just once I got going and I got busy, I like can't like either like my energy is like low or you know what I mean. I just haven't been able to get around to doing it. But I will do it once I get through some work here. Can you draw Thanos in the background, snapping his finger? No, I don't want to do that. Well, that would be cool. I cosplay and I have like so many different art mediums that I work with, and my room is such a mess because of it. That they're all jumbled together. You know, I've always wanted to. When I was younger, I I'm sure if you cosplay, you've heard of the Pepperuka program. It's like this Japanese program that you put in a 3D object that you can like build, and then it basically does the breakdown of how you need to cut it out to build a 3D object out of it out of paper. And I built it into like the Master Chief helmet, and I did like the armorist stuff. And I at the time had I if I knew now what I know didn't know then I could have done it, but I wanted to build like a you know a Master Chief suit, like Spartan armor, but I just kind of didn't because it like my like when I lived with my parents, we didn't really have the facilities to kind of mix resin and you know what I mean and like create like armor and stuff like it just I could do the paper stuff but didn't have like the facilities to kind of I needed a garage essentially, right? And now I have a garage, but I'm busy now. But I always wanted to create like armor sets. If I had an infinite amount of time and energy, I would go in the garage and I would make my own armor. I would do that. So yeah, I've never cosplayed, but I'm a cosplay sympathizer. I support your people in spirit. Oh my god. Robin cheered for 100 bits. Robin for days. Thank you so much, Robin. Your work is really impressive. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for that. But one day I am going to build an armor set and walk around in it like it's not, you know what I mean? If I can figure out a way to solely make all my money off of the internet, I can completely separate myself from sanity and casually drive around and walk around town in like Spartan armor, like when I go to pay all my bills, and there will be no consequences because I don't have to go to, you know what I mean? I don't have to interact with society normally anymore. So that's the goal. The goal is to is to find a way to like make money off the internet, so I can just kind of completely disconnect from having to. One thing that can really pop stones out and make it look more realistic is to kind of shade one of them like it's out forward a little bit, and you immediately it looks like it's coming out, right? Or you know how some stones or bricks, they kind of are not, you want to kind of give it that unevenness. You can do that very quickly by just kind of throwing a little throwing a little bit of light on there, and then doing the opposite on some of the other ones, and you create like this much more dynamic looking wall. Like this is like a very quick, if it's far away, this is like a very quick way to do it, is you can kind of create a more interesting looking wall very quickly this way. That way it's not just too uniform looking. It's very easy to fall into the trap of making it too uniform. I'm gonna have some up there. I'm gonna have some doors like this. If this is a sewer, there's like some sort of way to move around up there. I'm gonna add like a little bit of something to represent that. I do want to add like there's a crack, like these bricks are somewhat older and they're falling apart. You know, they're coming apart a little bit here along the seams of the. Now, I need to elaborate more on that later, but you can see how that side of the wall immediately looks a little bit more interesting. To kind of doesn't look so. I'm gonna add some more irregularities in there, like it's built out of like it's an older sewer, so it's got like stones and brick kind of. You know, it's not just all the same brick. Uh, I feel that I think my sister is going to commission me to make her armor. It would be my first set, and I think the armor she wants is from God of War, and I already know I'm going to struggle. I think I'll be proud of whatever it turns out, but I'm still nervous. However, it'll go. I think I would struggle with like sewing and stuff. I think the sewing part would be difficult. Like if you know what I mean, because like God of War, I remember him having. I guess it depends on like which armor set you're talking about, but I imagine there's like some leather parts. So I don't even know how you would approach that, like sewing and stuff. But as far as like making actual solid armor, I think that that's more like where I would feel at home. Just because I've made the reason I say that is I made a custom motorcycle seat in that same fashion using what do you call it? That resin stuff where you like you use like foil to make a shape, and then you put these bandages on there, and then you fill it with resin, and then it takes that form, and then you like shave it down. It's like I feel like I could definitely pull off like some cool armor sets that way. Man, I just talking about it, you guys are making me want to make some shoulder pads right now. Some cool shoulder pads would be dope. As nerdy as it sounds, I really would like to make some sweet armor sets. And I think I could, honestly. I think I could make some elaborate, interesting stuff. But yeah, I think I would not feel. I would need to find somebody that would make the sewing parts. That I just it's too far out there for me. The sewing, I would need help with that. If you're actually going too deep, like if I was gonna make a Master Chief or a Spartan armor suit, I would probably just buy Under Armour for like a motorcycle suit. You know what I mean? Like those all black, just because it kind of all looks like that anyway, or something like of that, and then just put the armor on top of that motorcycle costume. Well, not costume, but the motorcycle gear, and I would call that a day. Obviously, if you're making a studio quality, if depending on what level you're talking, if you're making studio quality stuff, then you almost need either you're gonna convert your entire house into a manufacturing, for costumes, because that's kind of what everything turns into. Like even my house, all I do is draw, and basically all around me is paper and just pencils everywhere. But yeah, you almost need a workshop if you're gonna make like really nice high quality stuff. Jipochi, your bug babies and hour older after getting out of the womb bubble is looking great. Another masterpiece. Thank you, man. Thank you for stopping by. Yeah, the bug babies. This is a different kind of creature. This is unrelated to the bug babies, but these things are oil based, and they consume rubber, gasoline, any oil based substance. And that's how they grow their population, with asexual reproduction, of course. It's faster that way. This is how I see worms when I see one. Yeah, honestly, have you? I'm sure you've all seen the like when the worms come out after a rain and like the entire street is littered with worms. Are they inside of a wall? They are inside of like a sewer system, clogging up a sewer system, like because they found oil or whatever. And they're just expanding very, very, very quickly out of it. Yeah. There was a great. I watched a great episode of. I think his name is Adam Savage. He was making the trench coat from. I can feel the slimy texture just by looking at it. Thank you, man. Yeah, I've been practicing my slimy skin, slimy oil skin. Yeah, I think it's Adam Savage from MythBusters. He was making the trench coats from Blade Runner, and he was showing how to weathering techniques and all that kind of stuff. Like at that level, like when you're making gear and props that are like at a really high level like that, it's just there's so much to it. It takes so much time. It looks like it feels goopy. Thank you. And I feel the oil on their skin like starts out as like really liquidy and then turns like sticky and then it turns solid like amber. So that's how they construct their buildings, like their architecture. Like when they take over a place, they build like a creep, right? And then the creep so like turns sticky. They can travel on it very quickly, right? And then it forms into amber, so they can protect themselves from the elements, so they can survive on hostile planets. Is that too far? I don't know. I felt like that might be going too far with the lore on these guys. Because initially I said they're more like they're not a threat to the universe. These guys they're sort of like bioengineered kind, not bioengineered. They're sort of engineered, sort of, you know, it's a problem, but they don't have any way to escape into space and take over. My initial thoughts were like these guys are just like a weapon, a localized weapon. They don't have the ability to kind of expand throughout the universe, kind of creature. They're more simplistic and like a chemical reaction. They just kills off everything in the area and then they die out themselves. So maybe I'm going too far with the oil turning into amber for their architecture kind of thing. I'm guessing even armor-piercing bullets can't penetrate through their skin. I feel like it would just get stuck. Like, it would go halfway in, but, like, the armor-piercing bullet... I gotta think on that. I think it would go through, but it wouldn't matter because the hole would just sort of seize, but you know what I mean? The hole would just sort of close back up. They are, like, a problem that adventurers may encounter. Initially I was thinking of them as like a weapon essentially. Like if you brought a slug, one of these slugs with you, and you know what I mean. Like if there was some off-world mining company, and you like brought a briefcase with the slug starter pack, like the kind of the mash. You like throw it on top of some plastic, and it just starts to grow from there and become sort of semi-sentient and starts to spread out and kind of multiply. So it's just like I think of it like, I guess I thought of it like this was another idea I had, and again we're just brainstorming, it's just an idea, was that they were invented to clean up and take care of like environmental hazards kind of stuff. Like whenever a colony needs to be shut down and they want to get rid of all the garbage like very quickly, they would essentially evacuate the crews, you know, and start this, you know, get this kind of thing going. So they eat up all the plastic. They, you know what I mean? They just kind of, you know, clean up all the garbage, right? The dangerous, toxic chemicals kind of thing, just by their very existence. And then they would basically die out. But it went really bad. I think that's sort of the lore I have for them. Is like it went really off the rails. I don't think I'll be professional quality, but it'll be the best armor I can make. Yeah, that's all you can, you know, that's all you can do. Is just improve a little bit at a time, and then I'm sure years from now it'll be even better. But yeah, I would love to like make some armor sets. It's just there's only so many hours in the day, you know, to kind of like. Oh, guys, I gotta. I know I already showed my motorcycle, but I gotta show you the motorcycle again. The seat, because I said I made a seat out of resin, but I have to show you what it ended up looking like, because I actually think I did a reasonably good job. So this is on my Instagram.
So I made you see this bottom part right here? This is all soft right here. And the seat actually goes up to the tank and it hugs it. I use the aluminum. I hug the aluminum against the tank. Oops. The picture is taken over. And so, and I countered, I made it look sporty basically. And this took a lot of effort and retries to get the seat right because if you add material to the resin after you've did it once, it'll actually warp it. So you can't just willy nilly make adjustments. You can do it scared and enjoy the process. Wishing you luck making that cosplay drip. Nice. Yeah, but this is the motorcycle I rebuilt, and this seat was like the most aesthetically. I cut off the rear end right here because the metal went back. I cut that off. I welded in a loop. I added the seat in. It was quite a bit of effort. Are you Russian? I am from originally. I am from Belarus. I am from Belarus originally. So Slavic. The bike is sick. Looks amazing. Thank you, Glitterbug. I do. I like. Well, Foro's lore unlocked. Well, if you go to my Instagram, yeah, it's my name's Yuri, so it's like it. You know what I mean? It's you can definitely narrow down what part of the world I fell out of. I think the best sounding motorcycle I've ever come across in my entire life is a 1980s Yamaha inline four. I forget what the engine. Uh, it was I think it was 1100 cc's too. Same as my bike, and it's like the engines are remarkably similar, but the sound off of that pipe, it's the most aggressive and crisp sounding rev I've ever heard on a four cylinder four stroke motorcycle. Really beautiful. I'm actually not a super big fan of like Harley Davidsons and stuff. Like I'm not like against them, but it's like I really like the four stroke super sport bikes as far as the looks go, or cafe racer look. And the best thing I've ever heard, and I don't think I'll ever hear anything that's gonna sound better, is the Yamaha engine from the 80s. It's the last day of the year here in the Philippines. Oh, nice. We are. It's the last day of the year everywhere, right? Like, isn't it the same? Isn't it the same everywhere? Nothing like listening to a little Castle Jam music. I thought it's still 30 in there. Uh, is this I don't know, is this month 31 days? How many days are, guys, I need help. How many days are in this month? I don't, guys, I just exist. I have no idea what's going on outside of like me being able to draw. There's 31. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. People tell me things, I trust them. I don't. You know what I mean? I have no awareness of like the date, time. I don't know where my birth certificate is. I just exist. Maybe I'm just here to remind you. Yeah, I mean, if tomorrow was next year, I'm fine with that. If it's not, if it takes another month to get to next year, that's fine too. I'm not complaining. I'm okay with whatever happens, you know. I'll show you what's out there. Nice. Yeah, like I said, I'm not picky. I'm not trying to tell the universe how to behave. If it takes another 3 days to get to next year, I'm okay with that. I don't believe in keeping track of the days because it's not like the days are gonna get here faster or slower. Everything is just gonna be the same, right? I'm just gonna be here streaming regardless of what number it says tomorrow. So unless you're a farmer, you really don't need to be aware of time or, you know. Oh, my dog is walking around. Let me. He's standing by the door. I gotta let him out. Oh, hi. Alright, oh. I think we should change the music from Castle Jam. I think it's on a loop for this 2 songs. If anyone has any suggestions that won't get me banned off the internet. I'll try this. Skyrim music ambience, Souls, Stain. I can't read that. You eating dehydrated meat? No. Not again. I wouldn't do that. The reason I do the dehydrated meat is it's a quick way. I don't have to pull out a meal. I just like have it. But yeah, I'm eating dehydrated meat. Alrighty. Sorry, I had to adjust. I'm not complaining, lol, it sounds healthy.
I believe so. I'm convinced of it.
Should we go a little heavier on the music? I do have Quake 3 music. Quake 3, you know what I mean, just for the last hour. Oh, it's almost 5 hours? That's so crazy. I really didn't... These 5 hours, like, really flew by. Soundtrack. We'll just do... we did a lot of chill music. We're just gonna do just a hint of... just a little... pick up the tempo towards the end. This is it. Oh, nice. I love that one. Yeah, music is fun. Nice, nice. Yeah, I love...
I literally just blanked on what I was gonna say anyway. Yeah, on my work days, I can only do a 5-hour stream.
This music definitely like has like 90s vibes to it. You know what I mean? This is like what hard music was in the 90s. If you were like into the electro punk kind of scene. was just thinking it sounded like I'm watching The Matrix. It does have like a very Matrix kind of vibes to it. That's actually like when I listen to it, it's like it's exactly what I was imagining is when he was doing like all those kicks against the Agent Smiths. And I missed that movie so much. I need to find a way to watch The Matrix again. I really. I would love it if they like revamped the same way they revamped the Doom franchise. If they redid like the Quake franchise. I'm definitely gonna get Quake. I'm definitely gonna get Doom Dark Ages though. That looked really good. I'm almost wondering, like, or I just had this thought, is like their little claws that you see come out of their bodies, whether it's not, like, their ligaments, like, you see, like, the individual teeth that can move around in their own, like, direction, if that couldn't turn into a ligament all by itself, you know what I mean? Like, their teeth are, like, they metamorphose into whatever they need to be, so they're, like, their limbs kind of can become teeth, they can become hands, depending on, like, sort of what's needed. I know as soon as I'm done, the dog's gonna want to go for a walk with me. I shouldn't have even said walk out loud because I know he's gonna hear that and he's gonna like stand there. Oh, you guys want to see the dog? We do. I do believe in, since I do feed the dog, I'm gonna milk him for likes. Here we go. Aries, come here, buddy. Yes. Aries, come here. Come here, buddy. We gotta get you on camera so people can see. We gotta get you on camera. Come on. There he is. There's your good boy. We gotta milk the dog for likes. A mouthful of hands sounding terrifying. Well, it just kind of, yeah, it just kind of turns into kind of whatever it needs. There you go, buddy. I know he's gonna want to go outside. It's like the second I'm done here. He's gigantic. He's more like a bear than a dog. He's like, his head is like so big. It's hard to like see how big his head is because my head is like close to the camera, but his head is like, I don't know, 2 of my heads maybe. He's like gigantic. I think he's like, at his biggest he was like 180 pounds, I want to say. Like, no, that's crazy. Sorry. I think he was like 120, which is still really, for a pit bull breed. Because he's got pit bull in him. I don't know if you guys know, but see this lump right here for pit bulls? It's actually a chin rest. A lot of people don't know that. If you see a pit bull, just put your chin right there to like, you can like rest your chin right there. They love it. It's just their skulls are built in a way that humans can rest their chins on them right there.
Baby Aries. That's not that cold. It's 4 Celsius out there. It's gonna be a. I was thinking it's like really cold outside, but it's not too bad. I do stream daily, so I try to maintain a daily stream. Usually stream from 5 to 7 hours. That's kind of the schedule. Just depends on how busy I am on the 5-hour days, whether I'm gonna do a full day or just a 5-hour day. And I do practice for an hour. I practice my hands for an hour every morning before I get on stream, because I do want to develop as an artist. You know, actually like specific training for certain things. Lately I've been on the anatomy side of things. Does anyone have any, if anybody has any recommendations for books that teach you specifically how to render out specific material types, I probably would like that. Because I do, there's so many directions for me to go. I feel like I'm weakest in my, I need to get better at like my spatial kind of stuff, where, you know, drawing geometry for like space, you know, the horizon and all that kind of stuff, architecture kind of stuff, and then anatomy, right? Like the fundamentals I need to like improve. I probably don't need to go further into the rendering stuff right now, but eventually I do want to get like really good at drawing, like sort of really rendering out like beautiful textures that look realistic and, you know, like the kind of surface you want.
5 hours. I do have to go because I got work to do basically. But I will raid you guys out, and I super appreciate everyone that was here. It was super fun. This was a super tight stream. A lot of returning faces. If anybody has any suggestions for who we should raid, this guy is drawing Dead by Light illustration, the spirit. That looks really cool. We should raid him. Yeah, thank you so much for the bits. I really appreciate the donation.
Nice Faros, thank you so much for the amazing raid. Welcome in. I hope you had an outstanding stream over there. And all of you had some happy holidays. Welcome in. We are working on a little 10-minute sketch right now.
I'm gonna end my stream.
But we are working on